got to try and prevent the fawns from getting separated from their mothers, because that will be increasing the length of the paths in and of itself. Reduce waypoint spawn distances. That's kind of it, really. These are the little tweaks that we can do to try and kind of reduce the length of the paths, really, which makes them easier to calculate. Reduce frequency of migration / wandering behaviors. We could just reduce the frequency those things are happening, although it won't be as big of a deal when the distances are reduced. Anyway, that's not what I'm doing today. That's why I'm writing it down for a future, for the future. What we need to do today is make some maps. We need to add all of the instances to maps and use maps to look them up, because looking something up in a map is basically instantaneous compared to searching through an array, because maps have keys. Keys are just like a reference that allows you to go straight to that entry in the map, as opposed to having to look through the whole thing. Why it doesn't work that way with arrays, I don't know. Because you're still providing an index, no? Well, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, really. I'm using instance find, which is most likely just looking through an array of instances, but we don't know, really. All we can do is try and see if this makes things faster. There's a good chance that it will. Okay, I guess I can just clean up these maps on cleanup. A little bit concerning that this object doesn't have a cleanup event. I think that's because I just kind of manually clean everything up. Might make more sense to use the cleanup event here, because I'm pretty sure this object is always destroyed, so instead of having to manually clean everything up in several different places, I could just do it once, and it would be easier to update. Okay, let's just see. Yeah, I don't want to do that here. Or no, because that gets cleaned up in the instance cleanup event. Hang on. This is where I'm destroying all of these lists. Is the tracker persistent? The tracker is persistent. Interesting. The controller is not. Wait, it is. Oh, fuck. The controller is persistent, but we do destroy it sometimes. Well, is that the same with the tracker? Yes. Okay. Interesting. Mode, holster, holding power, shrine, spellbook. Oh my god, I'm tired today. Whoa. Conservation level. Not defined in here. Why am I updating it in here? The conservation level. Maybe there was some issue with defining it in here. Like the GUI trying to reference it before it's been defined or something. Can't really see that being the case. The GUI gets created last, the controller gets created first. Conservation level. See, conservation level is something that like kind of makes sense to be on the tracker. It is a tracker. Makes sense to be on the tracker object. Why do I have a separate object for this again? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, I'm not gonna fuck with it. It works. So. Oh, that's what I was doing. Well, yeah, I was, okay. Entered humans. Okay. Hunting party. Engage hut drum. Wait, I don't think that's even used for anything anymore. But it's still there for some reason. Build. Wolf dens. Rhine. Clear unclaimed humans. I think we should probably be destroying it along with all this stuff. Oh, it's not defined in there, so it's probably defined in the menu object, I think. Yeah, okay. The menu object is persistent all the time. Although it would probably be more ideal if it wasn't, if it only existed when you were on the menu. But currently it always exists. Even though I don't think we actually use it outside of the menu, because then we use the pause object for everything else, weirdly. The pause object is the one that, like, well, it pauses the game. That was its original thing. But then it does all this other stuff. It pauses the game, it opens the prompt when you press escape. It handles, I'm pretty sure it also handles when you press yes or no, you want to quit, back to the main menu. I think it's possible that we can just destroy the menu object without any issues. Oh, I thought I was gonna sneeze. I guess global skill is probably defined in here as well, yeah. But once the global variable's been defined, it doesn't matter if you destroy the object that defined it. I don't think we reference back to... Oh shit. Oh yeah, no, the menu object. Well, it's only defining these functions, which could be just done in a script, I suppose. Yeah, okay, I forgot that so it contains the alarm that updates the chat list. Yeah, but generally speaking, it would be a good idea just to destroy this object. So if I can offload the Twitch stuff at some point into the controller or something. That would be pretty good. And then we don't have to, because there's just lots of stuff going on. I mean, it's probably not going to make any difference, really. It's an incredibly minor optimization, but ideally, I suppose, we'd prefer not to have this object exist. Because what have we got here? We've got this frickin' alarm going off every now and again, and then it's checking. It only does this stuff if you're on the main menu, so we're running these checks in the background, and like every time I press left, we're checking if we're in the menu to see if we should be like controlling the menu selection. We're just doing a bunch of stuff, but it's very minor. But we don't need to be actually doing any of that stuff, really. So yeah, unclaimed humans, yeah. That's fine. I'm guessing I do a global search. Oh, it's only in 2 places. It's not as bad as I thought. On endgame. But yeah, you'd rather not have duplicate code, right? Got to remember to update both every time. I mean, I could also put the list clear in there as well. I think that would be fine. But I was just thinking of splitting it. So this stuff is in the tracker because it's defined in the tracker to begin with. Oh my god, I feel pretty rough today, dude. Yeah, I've been kind of sick the past couple of days. Nothing crazy, but definitely fighting something off. Alright. I'm just sort of, I'm creating the same problem if I split it between 2 separate objects anyway, so might as well put it all in the controller cleanup event, which didn't even exist until now. And then we can remove all that stuff. I have a feeling this might exist in more than 2 places. Oh, there's a third one. When you like quit back to the main menu. So we've got Well, that's the one that needs deleting. No, it's only the 2 places. Oh, right. That's just if you disable Twitch mode, then it gets cleared, which I guess makes sense. Yeah. Okay. So if we quit to the main menu or load a save, the controller object will be destroyed, which will destroy all of these lists and clear this list. Yeah. Guess that's how we want to do it. Like, the way it works right now is actually that if you load a save, it goes back to how the chatters were. Like how the humans were assigned to the chatters when you made the save. Which is... I suppose it is necessary to do it that way, because it is possible that some of the current humans didn't exist when you made the save. I don't know. It's fine. It works for now. We can iron out the details later if we need to. Okay, so we clean all this up, and we're gonna have to add the maps to this as well. First, let's create the maps. So I already made these instance counts, which is useful. And then that's the first thing that comes to mind. Number of trees. Wait a minute, what? Why did I call this one? Yeah. It's interesting because it's a very simple game, but at the same time it's not. I'm pretty sure the next game that I'm gonna do will be basically a sequel, or I will reuse a lot of this to make a sci-fi colony sim where you're terraforming Mars or something, and it will just be like I'll just use all the same systems, but change them to make a sci-fi game. But I've also thought about how nice it would be to make a game that's not a simulation, something simple like a platformer or a first-person shooter, or just about anything other than a simulation. Because I guess you would just you would be able to iterate a lot faster, and you would kind of see results a lot faster. But would it be interesting? I don't know. I don't really have any ideas for anything like that anyway. I mean, not that I'm as jazzed about. At least I'm would I actually be interested in doing something like that? I don't know. Probably it's less likely that I'd want to do that than making another colony sim. Plus, I would have done a lot of the groundwork, having made one and then being able to harvest a lot of existing code for the second one. Assuming I didn't want to switch engine. Oh yeah, that's what I was thinking though. Right, I would probably... If you wanted to do a sci-fi colony sim about terraforming planets, you would need planets. And so I would probably need to use a 3D engine. So I'd probably have to build everything from the ground up anyway. But it would be fun. I'm sure it would be fun. I was thinking about how you could you could build a bunch of systems that kind of automatically, well, I mean, it's just the one thing really, like the strength of gravity being based on the size of the planet, and you could almost just have like a slider, or you could just punch in any size of planet and have it automatically adjust the gravity to what it would be for a planet of that size. That sounds fun. And then you could define the makeup of the atmosphere and stuff like that. Yeah, it's just systems, systems. And it's like the atmosphere could be like barely breathable, and the creatures would sort of be able to survive for a little bit, maybe. But not very long. Or you could just drag sliders or whatever and make it perfectly breathable, and because it's just systems interacting with systems, everything would just be like this interwoven thing where everything kind of reacts to everything else. I don't know. I like that stuff. We don't do any atmospheric simulation in this game, so it would be like a new system to add. We don't have gravity in this game either. And if you have gravity, then you've got physics. So we don't have physics in this game. So it sounds like the next game is going to be a 3D physics-based sci-fi colony sim. Yeah. But don't get your hopes up. So, remains to be seen whether I can even finish this one. Okay, so we have a bunch of maps, and it's always a good idea to make sure that I swear these seagulls are like nesting on my window or something lately. They keep putting a bunch of twigs on the window and hanging out like right there. I don't know if I need to reclaim my territory from the seagulls, or it's not been so bad. It's not been that bad so far, but yeah, this I didn't think this through, did I? Fuck. I should just define the maps afterwards. I mean, I was mainly thinking, like, I don't want them to think they can. I don't think they are building a nest there. I think they're just like dropping some of their nesting materials accidentally more than anything. But yeah, I obviously don't want them to think they can build a nest there and like spend a bunch of time on it, and then I come along and fuck it all up. They need to know, like, that they gotta find a better location before they invest a lot of time. There we go. Okay, now I can just copy paste those. How does this one work? DS map destroy, and then you gotta put that inside there. Yeah, I think that sounds the most fun right now. For the next game. But who knows what the future holds, right? Oh. Oh, do we have any overlap? Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. Shit. Yeah, because I use this same naming convention when spawning. Like the number of stuff of whatever needs to be spawned. Oh my god. Humans to spawn. Where even is that stuff? Oh no. Global? No. I remember there was some stuff. rabbit warrens, wolf pack, deer herds. I think we might be okay. Fox and fox pack. Freshwater. Freshwater, what? Oh, that's one I just created. Okay, okay, so we're creating those, we're destroying them. We've got to actually add everything to them. So let's see. I'll just go through them in the order that they appear here. It's going to be an easy way to keep track of them. Predators first. Oh yeah, we're going to have to clean up as well. Right. So when we increment the counters... Oh my god, do I need a separate map for bears? I think I've got one. I do. I think I've got one. So we have to go like... we can do a temporary variable called key, which is going to be like string format. It's going to be like string. Oh, I need two of these. That's fine. I just got to do it twice. Plus string bear. We're never gonna have more than like 100 bears. I mean, it's very unlikely. But setting this thing up to handle for it. I mean, yeah. Oh, I don't think we actually need to worry about that. It can be limitless. Oh, that's fine. Okay, good. Yeah. And there's like a DS map find next or something as well, which we can use. So it's not like I really need to know the keys, but they do need keys, obviously. So it's going to be more like string. Wait, do I even need the string? What? I don't think I do. I'm not turning a value into a string. I just need a string plus string. Instance count bear, and then we increment that by 1. Oh wait, don't forget to actually add it to the map. DS map add global no bear key self or ID. I tend to work with IDs. I tend not to use self, so we'll go with that. Okay, and then we increment that, and then predator plus the number, and then we add to no predator And then we increment that. Okay. Yep, that's pretty much it. And then foxes. Do I even do this? Apparently I do. Oh. Yeah, we do increment through them even though we exclude them. Which is kind of like unnecessary work, but I feel like it's going to be easier in the long run than like keeping track of which ones we do and don't scan. Okay. Like that and like that. There we go. Yeah, good job I didn't start adding new creatures to the game, because now we're updating their code. And this one is only predators, which makes it easier. What's next? Who cares? Let's just keep going. Wait a minute. I didn't do the cleanup stuff. Oh, wait. No, I think we're good, right? No. No, we've got to remove it from... Gonna get weird, and that's why using next is important, I suppose. Well, it would still ultimately scan them all, even if it was in a weird order, but it doesn't really matter. But of course we have to remove it from the map when it dies. What the fuck are you doing in here? What are you? Can't tell if it's a wasp or a bee. Let's go into the other window. There we go. It's free. So yes, map. Delete. Destroy. Delete. We kind of need to know its key. So we should perhaps just store that in a local variable instead. But it's got, for fuck's sake, it's got 2 keys. Okay, so it's gonna have a predator key, and it's going to have a bear key. Delete global no bear bear key. I am so freaking hungry, dude. Didn't I like just have breakfast? Probably why I got sick recently. Not eating enough. It's impossible to eat enough. I'm telling you, dude. I would just need to be constantly eating. I swear. I wouldn't have time for anything else. I would have like 10-minute windows between meals to do stuff. That's what it feels like. Oh, there it is. That can just be key, right? When there isn't more than one to worry about. Whoops. Okay, that's those guys done. I guess we might as well do the humans. No. It's too much stuff to remember. Well, I'm just a little bit out of the loop. I haven't been doing as much coding lately, so... Yeah. TS map, that's not right at all. The fuck? Gotta go through methodically and check everything every time. I'm gonna miss stuff. Let's count human, no human key ID. DS map delete key. Nope, global no human key. Sure, let's do the trees next. Bushes, then trees. Bushes, then logs, then trees. Key, bush, instance count, bush, no bush, key ID, cleanup, TS map, delete, global, no bush, key. Good, 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 good. I thought I might have done a DS list for a second. Okay. Grab this. Log. Log instance count. Log. No log. Key. Cleanup. DS map. Delete. Global. No log. Key. It's easier doing these ones that don't belong to multiple maps. Key. Miracle tree. Instance count. Miracle tree. No. Miracle tree key ID. DS. Map delete. Global. No. Miracle tree key. Tree, instance count, tree, no tree key ID, DS map, delete, global, no tree key. Tree, miracle tree, log, mushroom. Where the hell are the mushrooms? Oh, fungi. I have a specific folder just for this one object because it's not a plant technically. Key mushroom global count mushroom no mushroom key ID DS almost did it map delete global no mushroom it's not a good name for the map. No mushroom. It's not. It has nothing to do with the number of them. It is actually a list of all of their IDs. So really, this should be called like global mushrooms. I can just do a find and replace at the end. Okay. Key. Mushroom bush, fresh water. Water, fresh water. Yeah, I realized the water is not necessarily fresh anymore, but I'm just gonna try and keep the naming consistent, even though it's, yeah. Now, that's what happens. Instance count, freshwater, no freshwater, key. DS map, delete, global, no freshwater, key. Okay, fountain. Oh, wait, what? Fountain? I thought it was only possible to have one fountain. I'm pretty sure it is only possible to have one fountain. So this, like, we just don't even need to do this. We know there's only ever one of them. We can just look at it directly. Yeah, you can only ever have one fountain. Okay. So instance count fountain can go, and the map can go, and then I just have to go here, and there'll be something that I need to update. Not in this event. Fountain check. Jesus Christ. Wait, that's fucked up. Huh, good job I looked at this, because that's not right. That is not right. That's supposed to be miracle tree and miracle tree, right? And then we're supposed to reset both of them in there, no? Or, I mean, yeah. Nearest tree oh, they both get stored in the same one? Okay, that makes sense. Tree distance. Miracle tree check. Is there tree check? Okay, that's fine. But that wasn't. Fountain, right. It's something where we know there's only one of them in existence ever at any given time. So we can just do, like, we can just strip that out basically. And we can do object fountain in there instead, and then with object fountain. Suppose we still need a fountain check. We still need to know when we've checked it. Instance count. Oh, but that depends on instance counts. Oh, fuck. But we know that it's only ever 1. Why is it -1 here? Less than instance count. -1. I don't actually know. Because we start on 0, that's why. Okay. So that we just need to say less than 1. Oh, yeah, greater than or equal to 1. Instance count fresh water -1 plus 1. There we go. Okay, we're fixing a bunch of stuff while we're here. Okay. Yeah, I was watching Freshwater Fern's stream yesterday though, and she was like going through a bunch of the like indie slop on Steam, and it's definitely reassuring. Like, my game isn't even finished yet, and it's better than 90% of the indie slop on Steam. So that's definitely reassuring. It's like it's kind of like a feeling like, well, if that's the competition, I've got nothing to worry about really, which is good, I suppose. Because most indie games are just doing like the bare minimum, you know. They're churning them out. They're nothing really, and there's nothing really interesting about them. You know, you gotta. But if you're willing to like stick it out and put the years in, and like really dedicate yourself or devote yourself to something like that, just really separates you from the crowd, you know. And you can immediately see that. You can just see there's just mountains, there's just heaps of these indie games, right? But then you can see the ones that stick out, like, oh, Animal Well, you know, you can just tell, like, oh, somebody spent 7 years on this, and it really shows, versus like some shit that was churned out in 6 months, and it's just generic, and there's absolutely nothing that would compel you to play it, like. I mean, I don't even play good games. I just don't have time. So I mean, like, so there's absolutely no chance I would play something that doesn't even look interesting. Okay. Right. Why am I doing this again? Because we don't actually need to track fountains because there's only ever 1 of them. Right. So we should be good now. That's also something Billy Basso was saying, is like, if you're willing to put the years in, like, you'll be okay, you know? Because that's just what separates you from the slop. It's pretty reassuring. Hut. Hut, hut. Yep, it's the same as with the freshwater. I realize that they're tents, but they're still called huts. Because they used to be huts many, many moons ago. Let's count hut. No hut. Key. DS list. Delete. Nope, I'm doing it again. Fuck. DS map delete. There we go. Global. No hut. Key. Yeah. But it just goes to show, like, I mean, very few people are actually artists, you know, are actually doing something that they're passionate about. Most people are just chasing the buck, right? They're just trying to, oh, games are big. That's a big industry. Oh, I could make a game and make some money, you know. But then the funny thing is, because that's their approach, they don't make any money because their game sucks. Because they weren't actually passionate about it and should have just been doing something else with their time. Fuck. That's why you don't copy paste. You gotta keep that clipboard up to date. Okay, key, drum. No drum key. Excuse me. DS map delete. Global no drum. Key. But that's the second thing that gave me some confidence recently, was watching Freshwater Fern, looking at the indie slop on Steam yesterday. But the other thing was that devlog of the couple who made some sort of like checkout simulator game. It's like kind of like one of those supermarket simulators, which I didn't realize was a genre until yesterday. That's apparently like there's a lot of like supermarket simulator clones or something. And yeah, they did quite well, and they talked about the amount of money they made in their first week and stuff, and I was like, okay, if they can do it, I can probably do it. So that gave me some confidence. And then yeah, just realizing that like 99% of indie games on Steam are all garbage is another thing as well, because it's like, you know, my game's not even finished, but it's leagues above, you know, the vast majority of games on Steam. There, you know, it's nothing compared to Dwarf Fortress. It's nothing compared to Stardeus or RimWorld or like any of the really, really big indie games. But it's like well above the vast majority of games already. Bear tent. Oh shit. So this one has to have a second. This would be. Oh yeah. I get it. I can just repurpose this for the other ones. Tent key, instance count, tent and no tent. This one can just be key. Okay. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. It's reassuring. I just gotta make sure that I survive until the end of development, which is easier said than done. Okay, cool. Fox deer, that's all of them. Alright, we've laid the groundwork now. We have them all in DS maps, and we remove them from the DS maps, and we also destroy the maps. So we're doing everything right there. Maybe I'll just push this to the repository so I've got like a backup at this point. Yeah, we're back on the main branch. Feels good, man. Oh, I was gonna do a global find and replace with the names of the maps, wasn't I? Because I'm not very good right now. Hey, Code with Abraham. I have these trackers which they tend to track the nearest of a certain type of object. Like, oh, we need to find the nearest hunter who isn't on fire or dead or whatever, you know. So we have to scan through all the humans and pick out the ones that are hunters and that aren't dead, etc. and stuff like that. But it's quite slow right now because I'm using instance find to loop through them all at a rate of 1 instance per step. So I'm switching to maps so that we can hopefully speed things up. Oh, it's like a linear search algorithm. Where it just goes through them one by one and compares the distances until it finds the shortest distance. Okay. So this would be Yeah, this would be better if it was called like predators. Make sure I'm not replacing anything I don't want to. That seems good. Prey, yeah, it's still prey, it's not praise. the the plural of prey is still prey. Yes, map add. Yeah, that's fine. Trees. Oh my god. Okay, this is where I fucked up. I already used no trees in the spawn system. Let me just go through and manually change these ones then. Trees. Miracle trees have their own thing. Trees. Trees. Okay, I think that's it. Oh, and then the cleanup. Trees. Oh, so we should be able to get away with it with this one though. Yeah. Miracle trees. Miracle tree. Oh, great. I had a hunch that I was using the same variable name twice. Okay, logs. 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 But we don't really know what instance number is, not instance number, instance find is doing behind the scenes, but probably it's searching through an array, so using maps is going to be faster than that. Wait a minute, what? Okay, I think that should be good. Mushroom, this is going to be the same problem again. No, it's actually not. Oh, I wonder what I called it for the spawn system then. That's weird. Let's have a look. It's probably in here. Whoa, what? Instance count? Well, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Not what I was expecting. Still using no logs in the initial spawn thing. In the spawn system. Plants. I do believe mushrooms are actually classed as a plant in this case. Because, yeah, I'm using no shroom. That's why. No shroom. Oh, gotta grab something to drink. I'll be right back. That's not good. I just tore the whole frickin' thing off. Not gonna stay very fresh now, is it? I'll have to cover it with something. Or I could put it into a different container. Do I have anything like that? Mushrooms. Oh god. Bushes. Fresh waters? Water. Do I have a global freshwater already? Don't know. No, okay. Ooh, okay. Both no hard. Oh, that's just. I see. Yeah, but I definitely don't want to replace those. Okay. Ooh, but I do have a global huts already. Oh my god. Or do I? I have global hut. And I remember there was at one stage a global huts as well. I can't remember why. Hut range? Don't think that's used for anything anymore. Instance count. Global hut, I believe, is the list that contains all of the available huts. Global huts, however, doesn't exist anymore. Okay, so that's nice. I actually stripped that out at some point. Because it was pretty confusing when I had global hut and global huts, and I could never remember which one was which. So we can actually use... Oh god, I can't do global find and replace though. But we can actually use huts for this. It's still going to be a bit confusing, but... oh well. Why is this one still no... Oh, I just didn't delete that. Huts. There we go. Bum, bum. No drum. Drums. Oh, but do I have like a drums list already or something? No, thankfully I do not. I think what I have is global available drums or something like that, which is probably what the global hut list should be called. It should be called like available huts, because that's what it is. It's a list of available huts. Okay. Drums. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Done. Alright, so now I can finally play the game. Can I drink your elixir of the mongoose? Okay. Okay then. So how are we gonna do this? We're not gonna use instance find anymore, that's for sure. What we're actually gonna do is we're going to set current pred to what is the function again? It's like ds map find first global. Oh, but we can't do, well, it would need to be some additional condition because this happens every step. It's not like a while loop. So we have to do right, it's pretty simple. It's like if is undefined. What is it? Undefined. Yeah, is undefined current pred. But the weird thing is that I'm not actually defining that variable until after this. Okay. Maybe I just need to use a local variable instead of a temporary variable. That would be a bit of a pain in the butt. Let me just read about this. Function in some cases, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. What does this function return if the variable doesn't exist? Probably just crashes the game. Cannot be used to verify the existence of a variable. Okay, but you can use variable instance exists or variable global exists. I never knew about those functions. With this function, you can check whether an instance scope variable exists or not. You supply the unique instance ID value. It can be found from the instance properties in the room editor. What? That is so weird. Okay. I think basically we just need to make it a local variable instead of a temporary variable. Otherwise, we're going to have to do extra work. Or the computer is going to have to do extra work. Okay. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Tree. Maybe hold off on duplicating that until I actually have the variable. I might play Animal Wells sometime just because it looks cool and I'm a fan of Billy Basso, but I'm not really into platformers, to be honest with you. Especially the 2D ones, the side-scrolling ones, because it's just not an intuitive thing for my brain to grasp. I think it largely depends on the game feel, though, I suppose. I remember enjoying Super Meat Boy quite a bit, but it's sort of weird. There's like a bit of a disconnect there. You know, a first-person shooter makes a lot of sense because it's like, okay, this is me and I'm in first person, right, moving around the environment and stuff. But when it's like side on and I'm like going left and right and stuff, it's like it's I mean, you're literally like disembodied. You're like outside of your character looking at it, and not only that, you're not like moving forwards in 3D space like you normally do. You're like on a 2D plane going left, right, and up and down. The whole thing is just not intuitive. I think it's a tough one to make like a 2D platformer that like feels good to play. I think it's kind of tough for those reasons, you know. I feel like I've probably done this at some point as well. I don't know if I have, but I can imagine that I've probably done this at some point and then been through and deleted them all again and made them temporary variables. And now I'm going back again and making them local variables. Wouldn't surprise me. That's all of them, I think. So we're good now. Now we just need to current pred equal, we can get rid of this shit. Current pred equals dsmap find first global predators. Beautiful, nice, sort of simple naming. I like it. And then if instance exists current pred, we do all this stuff, and we just do that for everything. Well, there's one more thing we gotta do. First, let's go through and do this, then we'll do the other bit. That'll be a bit quicker. So, current human. Let me just, dsmap find first. Oh wait, no, I still, I gotta go back. I do still need that if statement. I'm losing my mind. If is undefined. Sorry, I was still thinking about I don't know what I was thinking about, something else. Right, if is undefined. Current pred, then current pred equals find first. Predators. There we go. Beautiful. Yeah. Okay. If is undefined. Current human equals ds map find first global humans. Oh, come on, man. If is undefined current log equals ds map find first current log. Nope. Nope. Global logs. There we go. If is undefined current mushroom equals ds map find first global mushrooms. If is undefined current bush equals ds map find first global bushes. If is undefined current water equals ds map find first global freshwater. If is undefined current hut equals ds map find first global huts. If is undefined current drum. Hey bro, it's going good, man. Going well. How about you? I saw your post today about the music stuff. DS map find first global drums. That's it. Oh, that's it. We made it. Ha. Oh, that's interesting. Any temptation to still go your own way on this one? Or are you going to pander to the to the audience? And then the second part of this is that what is the next part of this? That's a good question. Oh, we still have this. We're probably still just gonna want to find first will be at position 0. So no, makes sense. It was brought up by Q and he made some good points, so I wanted his opinions. I will listen to the community as long as it does not change the overall style and direction of the game. Cool. Yeah, that was my choice as well, just because it's nice when environments have their own, or specific levels have their own theme, because it like ties into a greater identity and enhances immersion and stuff as well. So we can actually change how this works a bit now. We don't really need to keep track of this anymore. Yeah. I don't even really need to do this, which is another slight optimization, is that I don't need to be constantly updating this variable now. Oh, I see. Interesting. So I can probably, if I'm not mistaken, I can pretty much totally remove these check variables. And we just know that we've reached the end of the map when we move on to the next entry in the map, and it doesn't exist, right? Which returns undefined, so fascinating. So this, we just do this stuff when current well, it would be, we have to perform the check after we've moved on to the next one, but when current whatever is undefined, then we do this stuff, and we can remove this and this. We gather data is only when it's needed, so if you make a change somewhere, you set a flag to reprocess the data. That would make a lot of sense. Yes, currently I'm doing this stuff all the time. The one problem would be the kind of delay that it would cause if we only look for the nearest tree when we want to chop down a tree, then we're going to stand around for 10 seconds thinking about it until we figure out which one the nearest one is. Yeah, there may be some further optimization I can do here by not running this stuff all the time. And I do actually have a script now. Well, that's an instant update thing, but yeah. It's obviously doable. Yeah, that would be something to consider next, I think. The only problem with that is, like, what if there's a single tree and it's on the other side of the map? We still need them to be able to get to it. Although I guess you can have like a fallback if there is nothing in visual range, then have a plan B. So now this is interesting. So we're basically going to completely remove this predator check thing and this thing that increments it. And this is just going to become like a if yeah. Yeah, there's some stuff where it makes sense, like the predators actually. Currently constantly keeping track of the nearest predator, even if it's well out of range, even though it's only a concern when it comes in range. So yeah. So this will well, first we have to do the update, and then it's going to be is undefined, what is it, current pred. Actually shortened it to pred. Okay. And then we do, so this will be ds map find next. Oh yeah, but it's current pred equals ds map find next global predators current pred. Yeah, I'm enjoying using the DS maps now that I know I don't know all of the DS map functions, but I know enough of them to do what I want to do here, which is nice. So yeah, I don't need to keep these. I'm not constantly updating these variables anymore as we like go through one by one. We just go through one by one naturally because we do one per step and then we move on to the next one for the next step. Yeah, it's pretty good. And I do understand buffers generally, but I was joking the other day because I don't really understand like how it's pulling the information out of the buffer exactly. It still confuses me. Maybe it is just as simple as it's just that we know the order it was written and then we pull it out in the same order, but it still confuses me how we're able to like reassign a node to something or like, yeah. It's like, how does it know the length of like what it has to pull out or whatever, and how is it doing that? I can't imagine it. You know, behind the scenes, what is going on there? So that's still a mystery to me. Okay, we can get rid of all those. Yeah, but it's like if it's just a giant conglomeration of zeros and ones and you're pulling out a specific node that we wrote to it, how does it know how long that string of zeros and ones needs to be to just pull out that specific part to look at it and like recompile it? That's what boggles my mind. Oh, that makes sense. Delimiter. Ah, okay. Huh. Crazy. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get something to eat. Welcome back. Yeah, that makes more sense. I thought it was just zeros and ones, basically, but it's kind of broken up in a way. So it's like going through the chunks. You're just like pulling out the chunks in whatever order they were written. Okay, so now I do understand it. Okay. Yeah, that was still the bit that was unclear to me. Okay, and now we're on to the humans here. Might as well just copy paste that, reuse it. First thing we do is current human equals dsmap find next global humans current human, and then if is undefined current human. You'll be using it for your game to save the data so the player can't change it without having a lot of issues, because you'll be saving the data in such a way they won't be able to pull it out without knowing the key defined as the order the data is pulled out. Interesting. I'm using save hashing, which I believe you're also going to be doing on top of that. Because you can still read my save files. They're like human readable, but if you modify them, it won't let you load them. But you're gonna obfuscate it even further, if that's the word. Right? Oh, I missed one. Missed one here. Nice. Yeah, I've got to say there's something very nice about having some save protection. Prescription is encryption. Okay. Was that like a typo or something? I didn't really know what you meant. I almost thought you meant you'd prescribed this to yourself. Yeah. Because you might have a medical event if you didn't do your saving this way or something. Yeah, having save security or like save protection really increases like the perceived value of the end product in my mind. If you can just go in and rewrite your save files and cheat that way, then yeah, it just doesn't seem right, does it? It's not something I ever thought about in the beginning. It's not something I thought I'd ever really be able to do. I didn't even know if I'd be able to do any of this, so it's pretty cool that I have save hashing, in my opinion. Okay, this is the one that I missed. We have to do if is undefined. Current prey. Current prey equals dsmap find first global prey. And then Oh my god, I'm getting lost in the sauce. Current prey equals find next prey, current prey, and then this becomes is undefined current prey. And we remove that. Nice. Holy moly. Okay, I better just go throw a sweet potato or two in the oven because I am unbelievably hungry today. I'll be right back. Auto correct, yeah. Start a timer for those. There we go. Okay, so we switch to the next one, then we check if it's undefined. If it is, then we know we've reached the end, so we update this stuff. And then when we loop through all this again on the next step, we'll see that it's undefined and we'll go back to the beginning. Beautiful. Oh, looks like I missed another one here. Is undefined current tree. Current tree equals ds map find first global trees. Yeah. It's a little bit different when, well, true. Okay, all I need to do is, well, I need to be incrementing that here. So that would be, this would be replaced with the ds map find next global trees current tree. What's wrong with that? Sorry. Oh, I need to. There we go. And then this, rather than checking this, would be based on the same thing, I suppose. The challenging part is resetting. You know, I think we're going to be okay. I think we're going to be okay. But here we would just do is undefined current tree. At which point we start scanning through miracle trees. And this needs to be updated. Current miracle tree. I got instance. I'm still using instance find here. ds map find first. Nope. Global miracle trees. And then instance exists current miracle tree with current miracle tree, blah 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 blah. Current miracle tree equals ds map find next miracle trees current miracle tree. ds map find first. Function returns the first key. Oh, that's a problem. This returns the key, not the actual thing. Oh. I've been doing this wrong. Okay. Back to the old drawing board. So this contains the key. So we need to somehow use that information to get the thing stored at that location. So I guess I could just do current pred equals ds map find value, presumably. For this function you can get the value from a specified key. Global predators current pred. Seems kind of weird, but maybe I should use a temporary variable there. No, it's not. Is it key put the key in there and then okay, and then we can check instance exists current pred, which contains the ID that was stored at that key in that map. Okay. So we just gotta kind of do that for all of them. Oh, wait, what about when we go to the next one as well? Yeah. We do this, we need to key equals key equals dsmap find next. Current pred equals dsmap find value key. There we go. Now we have the right thing in there. So undefined current human. It's linear, so I can keep reusing the same temporary variable, I believe. Find next. Nope. Nope. That would go there, and then this would be dsmap find value. Key equals dsmap find next, and then current human. Oh. If dsmap find next returns undefined, and then I set current human to, well, and then I try using undefined in dsmap find value, it's probably not going to like that, is it? We might have a problem here. Ooh, hold on. This can be useful if you have to iterate through the dsmap looking for something, but should be avoided if possible, as it can be slow. Fuck. This is apparently slow and should be avoided if possible. Well, we're doing it once per step. It can't be too bad, right? My other option would be to just modify the key by adding 1 to it. basically what I was doing before. Well, if DS map find next is slow, then that's what I'm going to want to do. Oh boy. Okay. There is a way. There is a way. So we find the first one. And then from there, rather than using find next, I would want to take the key. Oh god. Well, it's still stored in that temporary variable. Or is it? Yes, it is at this stage. I think that's fine. We can still use a temporary variable. I would say key. No, I would want to. Well, yeah, key equals. It's like key equals key plus 1, but it's not that simple, I don't think. I need to. How do I do this? How do I do this? It's like I need to just extract the number from the key, because the key is it's not just a number. Well, the key can just be a number. There's no reason for it not to be. It doesn't need the previous like identifier at all, actually. Oh great. Well, that means I have to go. That makes it a lot easier though, I believe. Because then the key is just a number and I can just add 1 to it. Pretty simply, I would imagine. But it does mean I have to go through and change all the keys now. Here we go again. So we just get rid of that bit and we just do string instance count human, etc. Real? I think it might be called real, which would turn the key into a real number. And then I can just add 1 to it. Okay. Yeah. Good job I read that. Because the whole point is we're trying to optimize this so it's faster, right? And then I read the documentation and it says, stop! Don't do this! It's horribly slow. Avoid at all costs. Okay, I think that should be all of them. Now we can go back here and I'll do like a key equals real key plus 1. Oh shit, wait a minute. Does this work? Yes, it does still work regardless of what order they're in. It doesn't matter about the order. We'll still go through them all. And then we would do... What do I need to convert it back to a string? Which would just mean that I would have to put this in a string. Is this gonna work? I don't know. Like that. So key equals a string of the string converted to a real number plus 1. I guess you can do that. I mean... And then current predator ds map find value global current predator's key. We're entering uncharted waters here. I don't know if any of this is going to work. Okay, key ds map humans current human blah blah blah. Then we get down here, and then we do key equals key plus 1. And then, boom. Everything else stays exactly the same. Just gotta make sure that I... Hey, Nemo, how's it going? Make sure that I set all these correctly in the first place. Current tree, current prey. And that would be the 1. Yeah. Predators, then humans, then prey. We're working on it right now. We're kind of halfway there, I think. Oh, nice. Yeah, I just put some sweet potatoes in the oven because I am hungry. Unbelievable, dude. I'm just perpetually hungry. It's ridiculous. I need some sort of a conveyor belt set up here that's just like shoveling food into my face constantly. Oh. So key equals ds map find first prey. It sure would. Unbelievable, dude. I've been kind of sick the past couple of days. Well, just yesterday I noticed it and still lingering a bit today, but I think that might be just, again, it's like I I just can't eat enough. I can't. It's like I'm trying to eat 2,500 calories a day. It's like I just have to be constantly eating. It's insane. Current human, blah, blah, blah. No, that's got to be current prey equals find value prey key. There we go. So yeah, we're converting this over to use maps now, so that we aren't like searching through a. Well, we were using instance find, which we don't really know how that works behind the scenes, but according to the profiler, it was very slow. It was like the slowest thing I was doing, second only to pathfinding, which unfortunately our efforts to optimize the pathfinding kind of failed. There's some tweaks that I can do, but as far as writing our own pathfinding, I mean, it's possible it could have been faster, but it would have increased the load times by over 10 minutes. So I don't think we can do that, really. We can't expect people to sit around for 10 minutes waiting for the game to load. So it doesn't search. That's the thing about maps, is that every value in a map has a key associated with it, and if you know the key, you can skip directly to the value that you're looking for without needing to search. So it's basically instantaneous. Whereas we're assuming that instance find was essentially looking through an array of instances behind the scenes. We don't know for sure, but this is hopefully going to be faster. So obviously we kind of have to manually update these maps by adding and removing the instance IDs every time an instance is created or destroyed. It's not a big deal. Every item, yes. I was using instance number before, which was also slow, especially because I was doing it every single step. We were basically counting the number of all these different types of instances every step, rather than just counting it once and then sort of incrementing that whenever one is created or destroyed. So that was the first thing I did, was make my own sort of instance number counters, if you will. So it's easy for me to assign the keys based on the number of instances, because I already have that set up. So I just set the key to the instance number and then increment it. Current prey. Yeah. There's a little bit of an extra step, because first we find the key. Well, first we find the first key in the map, and then we use that key to find the value stored at that key, which is the ID of the instance, and we assign it to that variable. And then, so I used to have these, like prey check would have been the one for this one, and I just add 1 to it every time, and that's how I know if I've finished scanning through all of the prey, because prey check is greater than or equal to global instance count prey, or whatever it's called, -1, because we start at 0. But now we don't have to do that as well, which is another small optimization. We're not having to update that variable every time every step either. Because we kind of know when we've reached the end by doing this is undefined check. But that might be a problem now, actually, I'm realizing, because it's the key that we need to check. But then again, we have the key. You see, this DS map, well, I was using DS map find next, which if you provide the current key, it will just return whatever's next. But I was just reading the documentation, and it says this can be useful if you. Oh, there's a typo there. This can be useful if you have to iterate through the DS map looking for something, but should be avoided if possible, as it can be slow. So I just read that, and I was like, oh, okay, we better not use it then, seeing as we're trying to speed things up. So what I then realized is that, well, maybe I can do key equals string real key plus 1. So I convert the key into a real number, add 1 to it, and then convert it back to a string. And then we have the next key, essentially. It might not actually be the next key, though, because the order of stuff in maps can be kind of weird. But I think that was more, well, I don't know. I'm assuming the order is, I'm assuming they're in there in the order that you added them to the map. But I'm not sure. No, they are. I've seen that in the debugger. They are. They are. Hey, press OK. This bit, this won't work. Yeah, I was unsure as to whether this would work. Key. Oh, I'm supposed to put key in here. Ah, it is random order. Yeah, I had the suspicion that it could have been, and that's, yeah, that's supposed to be key there, though. But it's like it doesn't matter, right? Because we're using keys, so it's kind of like the, you know what I mean? If it's busy, they're not. It's like the keys are ordered. They're not. But you know what I mean? We can number them in such a way that we can handle it as if it was ordered. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm a bit under the weather too. I don't think it's allergies though, but hope you feel better soon. It's a hash table. Every key gets turned into a hash, and the hashes get sorted. When you search for an item by key, it hashes your search term and then looks up the matching hash quickly because the hashes are sorted. What? Okay, I'll take your word for it. I don't understand it, but... Oh god, the seagulls are back. They're going to be climbing in the windows before long. Okay, so... Dictionary. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, but okay, yeah, that's got to be key there. But we have key, so when we do is undefined here, we should actually do is undefined key. I'm not sure what's going to happen if this is undefined. Well, let's just do an if else then to be on the safe side, I suppose. If not is undefined key. Oh, but then it's... Wait a minute. What? Oh, no. I've fucked it, dudes. This is not gonna work. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, because we're relying on that being undefined in the first place to select the first one. It's almost as if we need to bring back the old variables that I used to increment through. Would that help? It's like we would have the key stored somewhere separately, and it would persist from step to step. That is, I think that's useful. I don't know, my brain's shutting down. Okay, bring those back. So we would do that. We wouldn't use a temporary variable there. We would do predator check equals the key, right? And then we would do if is undefined predator check. So if that's undefined, then we set it to the first one, and then we set current predator to the value stored at that key, which is now called predator check. There we go. Okay, and then we loop through, and then when we get down here, then we would want to do predator check equals string real predator check plus 1 to increment to the next key without using dsmap find next, which is apparently slow. But whether it's slower than doing this or not, I don't know. And then something here, something dark side. What's wrong with oh, that would have to be an else if. I'm going to remove this. So is why are you freaking out? Why is it freaking out? Oh, I'm missing a bracket. So if no, yeah, I was getting confused as to why key is not a thing anymore. So if predator check is not undefined, then we're going to update current predator to the new value stored at that key, which is predator check. Else nearest blah blah blah, we do the reset the stuff. And then when we come back next, we go back to the top next step, we will see that predator check is undefined because that is no longer a temporary variable. That actually persists to the next step, and then we begin the whole process over again. I believe that works. It all just hinges upon whether this works. I mean, I guess it would. It's just a bit strange that we're like converting a string into a real number and then back to a string. But I don't really see why you wouldn't be able to do that. Oh, okay, my food is ready, so I'm going to take a break and get some much needed sustenance in me, and I'll be back. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in a bit. Okay, I am refueled. Hopefully that will keep my brain ticking over for a bit longer. I think I'm just going to use the DS map find next for now, and then change it if it's slow. What am I looking at? What even is any of this? Here it is. Okay. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I'm just gonna do that for now. Nope. Human check. Yeah, I still don't understand how the hashing is faster, or the keys, using a key is faster. Really, but you know, if it is faster, this is gonna help. Also, we are providing a key, which can be a string. A key is a string. So it always has to like convert from a string to a hash every time. I guess that's just fast. Oh. Okay, so it does the conversion and then compares hashes where there's a lot less possibilities, so that's faster than comparing strings, from what you were saying, from what Press OK has explained. I guess that makes sense to me. Oh, what's wrong with this? DS map find value global humans human check. Oh wow. Okay, well that makes sense as to how that is fast. And then I suppose it just has to go through everything still until it finds a match with the hashes. It's just that that's a lot faster than comparing strings because of the constraints. Human check. And then this has to be is undefined human check because I know. Well, and we have to do the if else like this. Oh, that's nice. Human check is not undefined. Then we update current human. DS map find value. Whoops. Humans. Human check, which contains the key. And anything can be turned into a key, which is really nice. We're specifying our own keys, but you could just like put the instance ID in there or something. You could use anything. That's very cool. If it is undefined, then we reset. If it is undefined, we set human check to be the key of the first value in global humans, and then current humans, human check. And then moving on to the next one. Where is it? Prey, current prey. Yep. That's a good use for it. Is undefined prey check. Prey check equals find first global prey. Current prey equals find value global prey check. Prey check equals find next prey check. If is not undefined, current prey equals ds map find next global prey check. Else we reset everything and start over again. Is undefined tree check. Do I have a miracle tree check separately from that? Yes. Current tree. Tree check equals ds map find first global trees. Current tree find value global trees tree check. Current tree tree check equals that current tree equal if Okay, now there's a problem with this. Also, it probably should scan miracle trees before trees. Well, actually, it doesn't make any difference. No, it doesn't matter. Okay, the problem here. Maybe I just convert it back to how it was. This is a mess, to be honest with you. We can do it. Yeah, we can do it. Oh, yeah. But I don't know what happens if we do ds map find value, but tree check is undefined. Oh. So, yeah. Not is undefined tree check. And then if tree check is undefined, then we know that we've finished scanning through all the trees, or there are no trees possibly. If is undefined current miracle tree, then miracle tree check equals ds map find first global miracle trees, and then current miracle tree equals ds map find value global miracle trees miracle tree check. And then if instance exists current miracle tree blah blah blah, and then miracle tree check equals find next miracle trees current miracle tree, no, miracle tree check find next current tree, no, tree check, there we go, current tree check pray check find next pray check. Miracle tree check. Find next miracle trees, miracle tree check. If not is undefined, miracle tree check. Current miracle tree, ds map find value trees, miracle tree check. And then this would be like is undefined. So if only trees exist, then is undefined tree check. If only miracle trees exist, is undefined miracle tree check. And if both exist, both of those would need to be undefined. That should work, I think. And then we don't need these anymore. Boom. Is undefined log check. Log check equals first logs. Current log equals value logs log check. Log check. I don't know where the underscore came from. Log check equals ds map find next global logs log check. Oh, well, it's built into this. Not is undefined. Log check. Current log equals value logs log check. Else reset. Shaman mushroom. If is undefined mushroom check. Mushroom check equals find first mushrooms. Current mushroom equals, oh, what if there are no mushrooms? Then ds map find first would return undefined, probably. Is that going to be a problem? Returns undefined if empty. So I might have the same problem here with setting the first one. Doing ds map find value on an undefined key. It's probably not going to like that. Globule. So we might need an additional not undefined in there. maybe I should be, oh, well, yeah, maybe I should be setting current whatever to no one, or noon as I like to say. Because if it's still set to the last one, no, because I guess it wouldn't exist. I'm trying to imagine it. It's not going to be an issue, is it? Because the instance won't exist. Maybe it would be nice to clear it, but it's not necessary because none of this code will get executed when it realizes the instance doesn't exist. What happens if I put undefined into find next, though? Well, it's either going to give me an error or it's going to return undefined, which would cause this to reset. I think we basically were sort of stuck in an infinite loop of just like constantly trying to update this and then resetting these variables. Yeah, it may cause an error or it may not. Either way, we probably would like to stop it from doing that. But it's pretty rare. Well, it's not that rare, actually, for some of them. And that it will, there would be no streams in some maps, or no logs, or no trees. And it would just be constantly it's like we might as well switch it off in that scenario, essentially. Which would be to say, to only do any of this stuff if pray check is not undefined. Which could be done by just putting an else on the end of this. Although that might be problematic on the first loop. That might delay everything by one step. I'm guessing it would. Okay, so we might need to do that, but for now I'm just going to keep going. Is not undefined prey check, then update current prey. Not undefined tree check. Maybe we should just be like checking if the map is empty as well, because it's going to keep doing this one repeatedly. But it might be one of those cases where it's actually slower to check if the map is empty than it is to just keep overriding this with undefined or something. I don't know. Log check. My next log check is not undefined. Update. If it is undefined, reset. Mushroom. If undefined, mushroom check equals first. Not undefined current mushroom equals value mushroom check. Mushroom check equals ds map find next mushrooms. Mushroom check. If not is undefined mushroom check ds map current mushroom equals ds map find value global mushrooms. Mushroom check. Undefined current bush. Nope. Bush check. Bush check. Bush check. Current bush first, bushes, if not is undefined, bush check. Current bush equals first bush check. No, that's no, just first. Bush check equals next bush if not is undefined, bush check current bush. I don't know why I keep wanting to put underscores in things, so I haven't used underscores ever, basically. Suddenly my brain's like, nope, all these variables should have underscores in them. Current bush equals next bush. Else reset. Current water. No, that should be water check equals if not is undefined, water check current water equals first okay, this is one where we've got 2 again. I want to do it in the same way that I did the trees. Nope. Value. There we go. And then this would be like not, wait, no, is undefined water check. I don't need this anymore. That's the one that we are going to remove. Where is that? Fountain check. There can only be one fountain. Oh shit. But yeah, how am I supposed to know if I without doing that? well, we know purely because it's linear and this always happens after this. So we kind of know that we have checked it if it does exist. Because there's only one of them. But we don't need that. We don't need it. So that means it would be like if there is only fresh water, if no fountain exists, then this would be like is undefined water check. If there's only a fountain that exists, we know we've checked it because there's, do we though? Well, if no fresh water exists, yeah. So it's like just like that. Or if both of them exist, then it's this again. Yeah. Let me get rid of those. And we should be good. I think I'm doing that right. What's wrong with this now? Return. I'm supposed to be setting this current water equals. There we go. Current hut check equals first hut. If not is undefined hut check. Current hut equals ds map find first global huts. Hut check equals ds map find next global huts hut check. If nope, already have an if statement there. If not is undefined hut check. Current, I'm putting underscores in again, hut equals ds map find next global huts hut check, else reset. Hut check next huts hut check, not undefined hut check, current hut find next huts hut check. Drum check. If drum check is undefined, drum check equals first global drums. If not is undefined drum check. Current drum equals ds map find first global drums. Drum check equals ds map find next global drums drum check. I'm paranoid. I swear I fucked something up somewhere. Find first. Find next. Find next. Yeah, that's wrong. DS. That should be DS map. Find value. I knew something was wrong. Find. What's going on here? Hut check. Find first. Current hut equals. Find. That should be find value. Oh, I've gone off the rails. Same with this one. Value. Water check. Oh my god, they're all wrong. Value. Push check. Value. Next value. First 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 value. Okay. We're okay now. First value. Drums. Drum check. Drum check. Next. Drums. Drum check. If not is undefined. Drum check. Current drum equals ds map find value. Drums. Drum check. Else reset. That's it. Okay, that's all of them for the humans anyway. The game will run now, and the humans are the main offenders, really. The deer are pretty bad too, I suppose. Don't know if we're going to see a big performance increase, but we can at least see if we get any errors. Because I'm not sure. No, I'm pretty sure we shouldn't get any errors, actually, right now. Yeah, another great thing about optimizing is that more people can play the game because it will run on more systems. It doesn't really make sense that you should need a supercomputer to play a 2D pixel art GodSIM game. Ooh, that's quite a healthy frame rate, actually. I know there's not a lot going on right now, so we might be better off running in test mode. Oh, okay, it immediately crashed. That's not good. Log not set before reading it. I just put, it's just a typo. No worries. 644. Logs. Plural. Yeah, I'll just run in test mode. I'll put it on easy difficulty as well, the ultimate stress test. Hut's key ID. What is wrong with this? Key. Oh, I still have key somewhere. Hut create. Oh. What? Hut create. Should be hut key and tent key respectively. Fuck off. I'm gonna have to start yelling at these seagulls. They're just hanging out like on my windows all the time. It's annoying. Plus they keep putting branches on the windows. I literally got showered in debris when I opened the window there. I don't know why they haven't done this before. I mean, sometimes they land on the roof, you know, but this year they're just like all up in my business, you know. Oh, didn't I run in test mode? No, that was last time. Yes. Oh, fuck. What? Oh, shit. What? Key. An invalid reference DS map. What? Global humans. Map delete. It depends what order everything gets destroyed in. It's possible that the map itself has already been destroyed. Ah. And then we're trying to remove something from a map that no longer exists. Oh, fuck. What am I supposed to do about that? It's not very convenient. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's literally this map no longer exists. I mean, I could just make sure that I delete the controller object last. Yeah, that's one option. What is it? It's the end game script. It does this, where it destroys everything except, well, it loops through all of the instances and destroys them if they're not one of these. So I could just add controller to that, and then after this for loop is over, then I destroy the controller so that it always gets destroyed last. And that might be my best option, really. Let me just get rid of these spaces. Yeah, I'm used to this very condensed, consolidated formatting that I do now. No spaces anywhere. I will admit that it does look more beautiful when you have like nice use of spaces and even line breaks, but I've just gone like full space saving mode. Also because I refuse to stop using these tiny little windows in GameMaker. I know I can maximize this, but there's just something wrong with me where I'm resistant to doing that. And then instance destroy object controller. That should prevent that from happening, I guess. New game, easy mode, test mode. Oh, what's going on? Oh, it's supposed to be bushes. Another typo. Line 715. 715 bushes. I mean, I'll take a typo over something actually being broken any day of the week. Pulling about 150 FPS. Still feel the lag spikes, but not everything's been updated yet. Still got to do the animals. Yeah. And the other strategy is like whenever I'm spawning waypoints, just not to spawn them as far away so they don't have to calculate such long paths. That totally works. Absolute madman has decided to fight these wolves. Yeah, I didn't think you were going to win that fight. Why on earth did he do that? That's a little bit strange. The carpenter's actually chopping any trees? No. Okay. So it's not actually working. Why is it not working? I mean, the fact that the hunter was able to shoot at the wolves tells me the nearest predator tracker must have been at least partially working. But the fact that they didn't run away in that situation where they were clearly outnumbered means that they probably didn't have an accurate assessment of the situation either. It's maybe partially working. They are gathering firewood. They're not felling any trees. Possibly the tree tracker is just not working and they're not aware that the trees actually exist. Oh my god, what? Fresh water? That didn't solve the problem, apparently. The game is gonna crash every time I try and quit now. I guess it would also crash if I tried to load a save. I suppose it's fine because I'm only doing it once when we end the game, but that's probably not very fast. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to fix that one when we get to it. First, why are they not felling any trees? It's one of the ones with a double tracker, so that could certainly have something to do with it. But they don't seem to be... Even if they could manage to get through the loop once, they would find the nearest tree. Is undefined tree check. Tree check, find first trees. Not undefined tree check, current tree, find value. Trees, tree check. If it exists, current tree, blah blah blah. Tree check, find next. Trees, tree check. Not undefined tree check, current tree, value, trees, tree check. Is undefined tree check. Is undefined. Miracle tree. That's one mistake there. Miracle tree check. Is undefined miracle tree check. Find first miracle trees. Not undefined miracle tree check. Current miracle tree. Value miracle trees. Miracle tree check. Miracle tree check. Find next. Miracle trees. Miracle tree check. Not undefined. Miracle tree check. Current miracle tree. Value. Jesus Christ, that scared the hell out of me, dude. Goofball Guinness. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? tree, current miracle tree check. It's probably something to do with this. I mean, yeah, because if it never gets offloaded from nearest tree temp to nearest tree, then they will never actually be aware of the nearest tree. This exists object tree, not exist miracle tree, undefined tree check, or not exist tree exists miracle tree is undefined miracle tree check, or both exist and both are undefined. Can't really see any issues with that. Our scenario is the first one where regular trees exist and no miracle trees exist. And tree check. Tree check, find next trees tree check. That should return undefined when we get to the end of the map. Don't know what's going on. Don't know what's going on. Better grab a drink though, I'll be right back. Let's just draw a line to the nearest tree if it exists. We stop duplicating this over and over and just reuse this one. Nearest tree. Let's see if they've even got that on their tracker or not. Take them about 10 seconds to scan through all the trees. Assuming it's working. They are gathering the firewood, though. That's a good sign. Is that... how many carpenters do we have? Oh, 5. That's overkill. No, it doesn't look like they're aware of the trees at all. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. No, they're not. They're not aware of the tree. God damn it. Okay. What's going on here? Is undefined tree check. Find first. Trees. Not undefined tree check. Current tree. Value trees. Tree check. If current tree exists with current tree. Tree check. Find next trees. Tree check. Not undefined tree check. Current tree. Value trees. Tree check. Is undefined tree check. The miracle tree stuff is irrelevant here, really, I think. It's gotta be something to do with this. That would be my guess. Oh shit. Check that out. Well, is that an issue? Is that going to be doing something? I don't know. But it wasn't right. Definitely wasn't right. Okay. And the other one would be the fountain and the water. That's the other one that has two in one. I disabled the line. We're just gonna have to look and see if they actually fell any trees. They do not appear to be felling any trees. I should like use the debugger or something, right? That would be smart. Where if I like put a breakpoint, we can see where this is, where it's actually getting up to, or something like that. Okay. But like when we hit this if statement or something, because everything will have been updated by then, we can see what these are saying. That sounds like a plan. Okay. Okay. Tree check 0. 0. They're all returning 0. What does that mean? Does that mean undefined? What's current tree? Current tree is -4. Why is that -4? Should have found at least one tree. There are many trees. Global trees. Let's just check that the trees are actually being added to the map, I suppose. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we got a lot of trees in that map. All 600 of them. Okay, so the trees are in the map. That's good. Tree check. 0. 0 because it's the first one. So no. 0 is not undefined. I'm not sure what it would return if it was undefined. Maybe NaN or something. Not a number. I don't know. Current tree. However, current tree is -4. Well, that doesn't make sense. So tree check find for current tree value trees tree check. Current tree should be set to the ID of the first tree in the map. Not necessarily because of what we know about maps and the randomness, but you know what I mean. So the failure point is right at the beginning where it tries to set current tree. Huh. Not is undefined tree check, which it's not. It's 0, which is what we would expect. Presumably there's a tree somewhere with a key of 0. If there's not, that could potentially mess things up, I suppose. Yes, there is a tree with a key of 0. So it definitely exists. So why is this not working? Current tree, DS map find value global trees tree check. Good question. Then again, we'd been past this point here, so why was tree check still 0? Well, we don't necessarily know what it checked first. 0 could have been the second one. Let's put a breakpoint here. It's extra weird because the other ones are working, and we're doing exactly the same thing. Current tree is -4. Why didn't it update from 0 when we got past this point? Let me try putting a breakpoint there. So tree check is currently 0. Oh, that's inside of the instance exists current tree, isn't it? So yeah, that would not even be executed. Oh, okay then. Right. Well, we've narrowed it down to a single line. That's pretty good going. Okay. So it's this line right here. Or possibly this. Well, no, it can't be this, because tree check is not undefined. So we should be doing this, but for some reason, current tree is still -4. And because this is not getting updated correctly, none of this stuff happens. Because it's like, well, this instance doesn't exist. Why does everything else work? Like the logs work. What's different? What is different? As undefined log check. Find first, logs, current log, value, logs, log check. It's exactly the same. Oh, wait a minute. That is outside of there. Yes, well, that's because it's one of these single instance, single object searches. Trees is a double. Maybe this doesn't, like, maybe this DS map find first doesn't update until the end of the step or something. Why would it be like that? I don't know, but maybe it, I mean, no, it's definitely not true, because we've seen that it was 0 and tree check. Well, wait a minute. No, tree check is 0 by default. Tree if is a fuck. Okay. Sorry. This needs to be undefined. 0 is not undefined, is it? 0 is definitely not undefined. 0 is 0. That's what I need to do, is make sure these are all undefined by default. There we go. Active drum check? I don't think we use that for anything, do we? Drum check. No. Maybe I had 2, and then I was like, why am I scanning through all of the drums twice when we can just do it once and update both? Okay, so now those are all undefined. God knows how any of it was working, because they were all set to 0. Okay, so now it's... What's the difference? The difference is that it's undefined, and thus it will be updated on the first pass. And when it's updated, that will allow it to continue updating. And then we just have to stop the game from crashing every time you quit. Oh. Water check. Global. That's not what it's called. That's definitely not what it's called. Line 741. Called freshwater. That's a good sign though, because it wasn't doing that before, meaning it wasn't even checking that stuff. Okay. Well, any performance increase that we got may have just been because none of that stuff was actually working. This is the true test, if it runs this time. 7 carpenters. Holy. It's happening. They're felling the trees. Let the environmental destruction begin. Pro tip. If you want your game to run faster, just delete half of the code. Yes. Okay. There we go. That's funny. That is funny. Yes, because I've never really done anything that depended on a variable being undefined before. I wasn't really thinking about that. Excellent. And yeah, I would say my frame rate is maybe slightly better than it was. What was I getting before? I can't even remember. Like around 120 or something. So it does actually seem a little bit better. How's the yeah, it feels fairly smooth. There's the occasional little lag spike there, but I dare say there's been an improvement. Well, I used to zoom all the way out as well to give it the real test. Oof, okay, that was a big lag spike. Yeah, so look, I'm just going to do everything I can to hopefully get this game to run like half decent. But at some point, I'm just going to have to accept that it's going to have some degree of performance issues and just ship it anyway, right? But I'll do everything I can. Alright, so there's still quite a lot. In fact, there's more deer than there are humans, although they track less stuff per deer, so... The pathfinding's the main problem. The pathfinding was worse than this stuff, but still, this was like the second most egregious performance sink. So that's it. Okay, so we just got to do exactly the same for the animals, and we might as well start with the deer because they're the worst ones. We'll get the biggest performance increase by doing this. Well, I mean, it's pretty bad. It's not bad when I'm not streaming. It's only really when I'm streaming. But I want it to be streamable comfortably, of course. We're just going to get it as good as it can be. The other tweaks, seeing as we're probably not rewriting pathfinding from the ground up to use our own pathfinding now, the tweaks that I'll make to the pathfinding is spawning the waypoints closer so they don't have to calculate such long paths. Occasionally, somebody's going to need to path to something on the other side of the map, and but we can reduce how often that happens by not allowing the waypoints to spawn so far away. And we can just reduce the frequency of some of the like random wandering behaviors and stuff, and like the migration behaviors of the deer, because that's a bad one. You got an entire herd of deer that just decides to migrate to the opposite side of the map every, so often. That's a lot of pathing. If we reduce the frequency and the distance on that, that's going to help. So that's it. And then another problem is the fawns kind of getting left behind. The migration stuff wasn't a thing when I was first implementing the fawns. So I never, didn't really think about it. I have this problem with the deer. They all they all just hang out at the same stream all day, right? Because that's just where they want to be to have access to that drinking water. But I was like, oh, they're all just clumped up and staying in one spot. I should give them some sort of behavior to make them move around the map. So then I did migration, but then the fawns can't run very fast, so usually what happens is the whole herd like migrates and leaves them behind, and then they have to path all the way across the map to catch up again, which is a very long path. So that's difficult to calculate. So giving the fawns some way of keeping up with the herd is going to help. Technically, they're not actually members of the herd. I know, right? They just got tiny little legs. Fawns don't join a herd until they grow up, essentially, and like 3 years old or somewhere around there. Then they go off and they join a herd of the same gender, because they have gendered herds. So also the does leave the herd to give birth and don't rejoin the herd for a week or so after giving birth. Yeah, they do all kinds of wacky stuff. But yeah, we just need to help those fawns keep up, really, which we'll see. We'll see how I do that. That's not what I'm focusing on right now. Right now, we want to do... How's this going to work? Oh, first I've got to convert all of these to local variables. I'm not using my GPU to encode because I don't have an NVIDIA card. So I think I'm encoding with CPU. I do need a new GPU. This is the worst GPU I've ever bought. The one time where I was like, oh, I'll try, you know, there used to be ATI, right? But now it's AMD, I think. I'll try an AMD card. That'll be a good idea. Wrong. Human check. Wait, current human. What? Current human? The fuck is this? Oh, current human? So we have all the human check, but it's the current that needs updating to be a local variable. Right? Yes. Yeah, maybe I wouldn't have any issues if I was encoding on the GPU. That'd be pretty sweet. Wonder if that would fix my lags in Quake as well. Oh, one day I'll get a new GPU. Probably when this game is finished and I actually sell a few copies. Okay, so current human check, blah 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 blah. I think we put it like, do we put it before this stuff? Let's try and keep it consistent. We do distances, then we do check, and we do current is before nearest. Okay. Current, nearby, nearest, blah blah blah. Put it there. Current human. Current deer. prey. Current prey. See, it's things like that which are kind of insane, right? It's checking, I think the reason it's keeping a list of all nearby prey animals is so if this deer gets spooked, it will also spook all of the other animals around it when it bolts. Which is kind of important for realism. There are certainly better ways that we could do that. Maybe. Actually, I don't want to say that with such certainty. But yeah, the point Brewer was making earlier is very good one, that we don't need to be doing most of this stuff like 90% of the time. Why are we constantly tracking the nearest tree, even when we don't care about the nearest tree at all? Technically, it would be better to only track the nearest tree when we're actually looking for one. That would make a lot more sense, wouldn't it? The problem is, it would require some reworking of some stuff, but it could be done, and it would be a performance increase for sure. So it's definitely something to think about. So it's just those three with these guys, though. So yeah, as you can see, they're nowhere near as bad as the humans with the amount of stuff that they're tracking. Okay, so how do we do this? Again, we go like, if is undefined, human check, human check equals ds map find first global humans. If not is undefined, whoa, human check, current human equals ds map find value humans human check. If instance exists, current human, blah 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 blah. Hi man. Human check equals ds map find next global humans human check. If not is undefined, don't let me forget to make sure I set everything to undefined by default. Not human check. ds map find value. Nope. Current human equals ds map find value global humans human check. If is undefined human check. We can move on to predators. Oh, there is another one. Current pred equals undefined. Nope. These are the current. I'm talking about the checks. Here we go. Human check undefined. Predator check undefined. Deer check undefined. Prey check undefined. Current pred. If is undefined, predator check. Predator check equals DS map find first global predators. If not is undefined, predator check. Current pred equals DS map find value predators. Predator check. Boom. Yeah, predator check equals DS map. Find next. You know what I noticed though is it was a hell of a lot quicker. Was it though? That doesn't even make sense. It seemed like they started felling those trees very quickly. Quicker than they used to. But it would take basically exactly the same amount of time to go through all 600 trees at a rate of 1 per step, so that shouldn't have been any faster. But it seemed like it was pretty fast. Maybe that was just me. Find next global predators. What are we doing? Predators? Yeah. Predator check. And then you can change this to be if not is undefined. Predator check. Current pred. I wish that was predator. So it was consistent. Why have we got so many brackets? Current pred equals DS map find value predators predator check. And oh my god, what is going on? What is going on? Ah, wait. What? Human. What's happening? Missing a bracket there. Okay. Okay. And then this needs to be, so if there are only humans, we need is undefined human check. If there are only predators, is undefined predator check. Or if there are both, we need both. And then we no longer need those. We reset, and we're back to the beginning. Nice, and then we've got deer. They only do this stuff in autumn anyway, actually, so. This one's not going to make any difference because the game starts in spring. Current deer. Okay, if is undefined deer check. Deer check equals DS map find first global deer. If not is undefined, dia check. Current dia equals ds map find value global dia check. Dia check equals ds map find next global dia check. If not is undefined, dia check current dia equals ds map find value global dia check, else reset. Oh, there's another else. That's the else. If it's no longer autumn, that resets some extra stuff. And then we got this one, the last one. If is undefined, pray check. Oop. Current pray, nope. Pray check equals ds map find first global pray. If global, nope, is not is empty. Nope, that's not a thing. Undefined. Not is undefined. Pray check. Current pray equals ds map find value pray check. Pray tell. Pray check equals ds map find next global pray. Pray check. If not is undefined, pray check. Current pray equals ds map find value global pray check. Else pray check 0. Where's the rest of the stuff? What? There isn't any because it's just updating a list. Well, what's the point in even doing this then? There is no point. Oh. Wait a minute, there's got to be something. No? No, there isn't. Okay, interesting. So we don't even need that. We don't even need it. Well, we don't need the else. We need the other bit. Okay, we don't need the else. Okay, that's the deer up to date. Guess we can see if that gives us any kind of performance increase. Oh, what? Ah, another typo. Line 161. Humans. Dokily then. About 140 FPS. We might not increase the max FPS so much as prevent it from dropping as low, and that's equally as good. Oh, God, we still get those nasty lag spikes though. Well. Okay. Yeah, there's still the other animals to do, but we're not going to gain much more from doing those. Obviously, I'm still going to do them, but... Is there any girls there? I want to do them! It's not going to get much better than this, though. We're going to have to start optimizing elsewhere. Such as the pathfinding tweaks. The pathfinding is the major performance killer right now, I believe. And also there's the transparency stuff where we're constantly checking to see if, like, the trees need to turn transparent because there's a human stood behind them. And that's like 600 trees in this map. Makes a big difference when you just play in a map that doesn't have any trees. I'm not exactly sure how I'm gonna do it, but I feel like there's probably a better way of doing it. Like, for one, instead of having all of the trees checking to see if there's a human behind them, what if you had the humans check to see if they're stood behind a tree or something that needs to turn transparent? Because then it's like 40 odd humans doing it instead of 600 trees. That's got to be an improvement. Well, or is it though? Is it? This could be an area where collision checks are actually good or something like that. I avoid collision checks like the plague. Wow, my FPS is low. 70. We're down at 70. That is crazy. What's going on? Okay, maybe just a lot of pathfinding was happening for a second. Yeah, all the animals go into the stream or something. Looks like that could have been it. Oh my god, yeah. What was I saying? I don't know. Right, exactly. Exactly, that's what I was thinking. They still gotta check all the trees. I would really like it if the game didn't crash every time I try and quit now. It's a pain in the ass. Yeah, collisions. I was talking about collision checks, right? We could just do... Does that even help? I don't know. I have no idea, dude. I think they're distributed across ticks. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So they are at least like the trees are at least running on different ticks, or you know that some of them are running on the same tick. I don't have enough ticks for 600 trees, but I'm trying to spread the load a bit. A quad tree? Really? I don't know. I heard that collisions are slow and should be avoided, which is why I converted everything that was using collisions to using distance checks. But it might... I'm just saying maybe there's an implementation I can do where it is actually faster to use collisions in this one instance. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a clear plan. It's just one of the major performance killers right now is checking all of the stuff that has to turn transparent. Because it's a lot. In some maps anyway. So if I could think of a different way of doing it, it would be good. I'm just going to close the other window. I'm all ears. May not look like it, but I'm actually just a giant conglomeration of ears. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah. There's kind of something to that, isn't there? Like you only need to update it when something, well, specifically when a human is doing some pathing. And will be pathing within a certain distance of the tree. Interesting. And you can check through all of the points of a path. Those exist. Obviously they would have to. Interesting, interesting. Right. Yeah. And the trees that don't have anybody pathing behind them, won't be checking anything. Well, no, though they will be checking to see if someone's pathing behind them. Actually, they'll still be doing that. See, I'm concerned that iterating through all of the points of a path to see if it goes behind a tree, is that worse than... That's a lot more coordinates than just checking to see if there's a human behind the tree. But then we only need to do it when they're pathing, not constantly. So it's a bit of a trade-off. What would actually be better? Yeah, I can see how that would be good for performance, but not necessarily good for being able to see everything. Because they could be stood behind a tree performing an action. Yeah, one option is to just disable it completely. Back to our pro tip that we discovered earlier. Just delete half your code. I don't know, it is a nice feature. It's nice to be able to see behind things. It's something we would rather keep if we can. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll have a breakthrough eventually. We'll see. I'll just let the subconscious work away on that one in the background. If is undefined, human check. Human check equals yes map. Oh, map. Find first global humans. Yeah, but then we've got to figure out which humans are nearby. There's extra work, so I don't know how much that would help ultimately. Oh yeah, this auction. I actually hope I win this. Check. Current human equals DS map find value. Global humans human check. Human check equals DS map find next. Global humans human check. If not is undefined human check. Current human equals DS map find value. Humans human check. Okay. Is undefined human check. If is undefined predator check. Predator check equals DS map find first global predators. If not is undefined predator check. Current predator equals DS map find value. Predators. Predator check. Predator check equals DS map find next. Predators. Predator check. If not is undefined predator check. Current predator equals DS map find value. Predators. Predator check. Right. And then we got is undefined predator check. Oh, I'll replace that. Human check or both. delete those. There we go. Okay. That's that. And then there's just this one. I'm bursting for a leak right now. Maybe I can just get through this last one though. Current prey if is undefined prey check. Prey check equals DS map find first global prey. If not is undefined prey check. Current prey equals DS map find value prey check. Prey check equals DS map find next global prey check. If not is undefined prey check. Current prey equals DS map find value prey check, and we don't need that bit. That is it. That's the rabbits done, as well as the deer. Hopefully there's no typos. That looks good. Hopefully I've done that all correctly. Looks good. Looks good. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. So I just got the predators to do, and that's all the creatures then, and we'll see how well it performs. Right after this break, I'll be right back. I've been muted the whole time. God damn it. Next up, we should do the wolves, because those will be the next biggest performance hog. These might get a little bit complicated. It's not gonna. It can't be as bad as the humans. What am I worried about? Oh wait, with the rabbits, I think I forgot to set these to undefined. Man, it's going to be super cool when I'm a published game developer. That's a really exciting thought. You never finish anything. What do you expect? You're always starting something new. I know a few people like that. I just think if they just hunkered down on one thing and finished it, you know. I did win that auction. That is handy. There we go. It's a bit of a shame because it's a replacement Quake disc for one of these copies of Quake that I've got that's missing the disc. But I already bought one. One came up pretty cheap. I should have known. It was too good to be true. Because it's like super sun faded. Like really badly. To the point where I don't even want to use it. Here we go. I just won another loose Quake disc with a manual this time, so now I'll have a loose Quake manual floating around. That might come in handy eventually, you never know. Don't know what money I'm using for this. I don't have any. Okay, right. Well, good luck. That's usually a pretty good incentive when you've put some money into something. I'm just kind of lucky in that my brain just works this way. It's just like, okay, I'm going to focus on this thing until it's done. And it doesn't really come up with any other ideas or anything else that I want to do to get distracted by. It just focuses on the thing. Okay, that's all of them. And then convert these while I'm here to undefined. And Here we go. Here we go. If is undefined. Human check. Human check equals ds map find first global humans. Why do I sound like that weird voice from Half-Life when I start reading this stuff? I wish I could think of some lines that that thing says. If not is undefined. Human check. Current human equals ds map find value global humans human check current human oh Jesus Christ. Current human check equals ds map find next global humans human check if not is undefined human check current human equals ds map find value humans human check if is undefined human check if is undefined predator check predator check equals ds map find first global predators if not is undefined predator check current pred equals ds map find value global predators predator check predator check equals ds map find next global predators predator check if not is undefined predator check current pred equals ds map find value predators predator check if instance exists human and is undefined human check if instance exists predator and predator check is undefined if both of those exist both must be undefined. Misinformed, but not mistaken. I'm trying to remember the lyrics to Undefined. No, it's Undermined. Undermined is the name of the song. I keep saying undefined, and now I've got undermined stuck in my head. But I can't remember the lyrics. Is undefined. And then remove those. Set angle. If instance is pack. If is undefined. Wolf check. That's a new one. Wolf check. So that must mean I have a global wolves map. It's news to me. Wolf check equals ds map find first global wolves. Is that's not a thing. That is not a thing. Pack dot pack. What? We're just going through. Oh shit. Because we're just going through the list of all of the wolves that belong to this pack. I really don't want to have to convert those to maps at this stage. This one might just have to stay the same as it is now. If is undefined, pray check. Pray check equals ds map find first global prey. If not is undefined, pray check. Pray equals ds map find value global pray check. Hey fish, how's it going? Current tent equals find tents tent check. Tent check equals next global tents tent check. Check current tent value global tent. Boom, done. Wolves updated. There's that one that we couldn't really do. That's fine. Bears next. All right, dude. Sounds good. I can't feel my feet. Why is it still yellow? Oh, there's another one. Wait, or is there? Well, there is. Okay, now I'm lost. Whoa. Oh my god. Bear check combat. What the hell is that? I don't think we're even using that. Maybe he needs to delete that one. Bear check combat? No, we are using it, apparently. What the fuck is that? Because I have a separate one for, like, presumably checking bears that we're going to fight with versus bears that we're just going to be chill with. Is that right? I don't think so. Oh, yeah. Current bear. A bear check. Right. Presumably that could be consolidated down into one. I guess it was just too complicated at the time, so I didn't do it. And I don't think I'm going to be doing it now. Jesus Christ. Okay. Let's see if we can get through this, then we're pretty much home free. Okay then. Ooh. I fucked up. Okay. Good job we're fixing it. Human and predator. Human. Predator. Predator and bear. Predator. Bear. Human bear. Man, bear, pig. Human, predator, bear. Else. Oh my god. It just keeps going. Human. Predator. Human and predator. Okay. If is undefined, bear check. Bear check. If not. Whoa. Current bear equals DS. Man. Bear check. Ah, slow down. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. is undefined. Nope. Whoa. Global bushes. Bush check. Bush check. Cool. Yeah, map. Next global bushes. Bush check. Is undefined. Bush check. Oh my god, drink water. Jesus Christ. Oh. Is undefined. Check. Tense. Is undefined. Check. Tense. Check. Fine, nearest occupied tent. Check. Next tents. Check. If is undefined tent. Check. Tent equals tents. Tent check. Done. Alright. That's the bears, just the foxes to do, and they'll be a relatively quick one. Oh, let me just double check. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I got everything there. Foxes. Current fox. I think I do actually have a global foxes, do I? Global foxes. Yeah, I do. Current fox. I'm going to die of starvation in about 3 seconds, so let's try and get through this. Is that it? Just those two? Yep, I guess that is it. And then don't forget to set these to undefined. Is undefined. Fox check. Done. All right. Hopefully I got everything correct. We can try running it now. Let's see. Did we gain any frames? Probably take a look at the profiler as well and see how we're doing there. Oh. Current wolf pack dot. A text-based Quake duel. That's quite amusing. What have I done? Wolf step 0343. Wolf 343. Current wolf equals ds list find value pack dot pack wolf check. I've definitely fucked up, haven't I? Because I set wolf check to undefined. This one actually still needs to be 0 and then incremented like that. Okay, we're fine. Just had to set it back to 0. Text-based Quake duel. Would kind of be like a type racer thing, I suppose, in a way. Unknown object dot inside. Fuck. Bear step 0 line 122. What? Current human. Human check, DS map, find first, global humans, not undefined human check, defined value humans, human check. Well, it obviously exists. Alright, have fun. Same to you. Well, that's not good. What is going on? Can I not do both of those things at the same time? But yeah, I mean, obviously I could. That's a bit ridiculous. I guess it's the else is the reason, but there's no reason I couldn't just add an else onto there. It's exactly the same. Oh, no, it's not, is it? It has this distance check. Okay. Anyway, that's not the problem. So, is something other than a human getting added to the humans map somehow? Map add. Do a global search for this. No, it's literally the only thing. It's the only time that we're adding anything to the humans map is right here. Oh my god, what is going on? Oh fuck, yeah. I have to update the combat states. Or do I? No, I don't, because they don't work like this. It's fine. I think it's fine. The error was unknown object. What the hell is going on? That's insane. It's definitely an instance of object human. That is very strange. This was never an issue before. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, true. We do create the animals before the humans. And then this. How would it get set to anything though? So, okay, I can potentially see what's happening. But the instance exists. That's very confusing. I think I can prevent it from doing any of this stuff until the game is finished loading, essentially. I feel like that might be the issue. This is undefined by default. But the map would be empty until... That's the confusing part, because the map would be empty. So current human couldn't be set until there is humans on this map. And it was set to a human. And then we get here, and then it's like... current instance exists current human with current human, and then it's like... This variable has not been... defined, yeah, not set before reading it. I'm not quite sure how that's possible, but let's at least try. Disabling all of this stuff until the game is finished loading. Seems like it would be a good idea. Is it gonna rain tomorrow? We might get some different error now, but that would at least confirm that that's the issue. Nope. Exactly the same. Wow. That is really not good. Something other than a human must be... I guess something other than a human must be on the global humans map somehow. I don't know how that's even possible. Yeah, let's look at the global humans map. Definitely don't have something else called global humans. I don't think I do. I'm pretty sure I checked that. DS list? I'm sorry, what? No, it says DS map. No, it's sorry, I was looking at the wrong thing. Instance of human. Yep. Okay, there's nothing but humans on the global humans map. 42 of them, as we would expect. This variable. Thinks this variable is undefined. I'm clearly defining it right there in the create event. So I don't really know what's going on. What if I use self instead of ID? That make any difference? Don't really want to have to leave the game in a broken state, but I might have to. Doesn't make any difference. The fuck is up with this shit? Is it on the first loop? I don't know, actually. Human check. Find next. Humans, human check. Not is undefined human check. Current human. There's the problem. It's not on the first loop, and this is the problem right here. That's supposed to be find value. There we go. That's probably what it was. I really hope that's what it was. Otherwise, I'm going to be very confused. Okay, come on. Come on. This works, I'll be pretty happy because it means I'll have been able to knock this out in a single day, which is pretty good going. Yes. 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 How's the frame rate looking? Not really looking any better than it was, to be honest with you. Is it a bit? Maybe it's a bit smoother though. Oh, yeah, we still get those big lag spikes though. That's the thing. It's the lag spikes that are the problem. I feel like it's a little bit better than it was. It's definitely worth doing. But we've gained maybe like 10 FPS. Something like that. But more importantly, hopefully the FPS isn't going to drop as low. It's the lag spikes that are the real problem. It is better than it was. Considering how laggy it used to be, this is an improvement. Like, I'm not getting as many lag spikes. I'm scrolling around the map fairly smoothly. It has made a noticeable difference, even if we're not quite where we want to be yet. We're going to have to make the tweaks to the pathfinder. Well, it's not really the path, to the like waypoint spawning stuff. I want to try and get. Oof, that was a bit laggy. Try and prevent the creatures from pathing as far. And as frequently. Just so that we're generating shorter paths and less paths. That's definitely going to help. Yeah. And then we'll go from there. I don't know what I'm going to try and optimize next, I'll probably want to look at the profiler again and find the next thing. If I could get it, I doubt I'm going to be able to do this, but if I could get it to a point where the state conditions scripts are like the slowest thing, that would be a pretty good sign. But I'm pretty sure no matter what I do, pathfinding is always going to be the slowest thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Okay, I'm really happy that we did manage to do this, though. I'd say it's given us a slight performance increase. I guess for most streamers, they'll be encoding with their GPU anyway, so they won't have the same issues that I'm having, where I get lags when streaming. This is definitely better than it was, though. I can say that for sure. It's not lagging anywhere near as much as it was, but you can definitely still see the frame rate fluctuating a bit, or it's not totally smooth, and then occasionally we get one of those big lag spikes still. But it's better than it was. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's the plan for tomorrow. We'll make the tweaks to the waypoint spawning and the frequency of the random wandering behaviors and the migration and stuff like that. And we'll take it from there. I do wonder, like, I'm just gonna make a quick save. Oh, yeah, fuck, right now. I still have to fix it because the game crashes every time you try and quit right now. That is not good. Yeah, what if I just completely disable the transparency stuff? How much of a difference does that make to performance? Gained like maybe another 10 FPS. So it's not... And I still get the lag spikes. It's nothing crazy, actually. Yeah, it's getting really hard to find any optimization that we can squeak out at this point. Well, I'll keep trying to find stuff. I'll keep trying. I'll get it as good as I can get it. Probably, yeah, it probably won't be an issue for most people. who will be encoding with their GPUs anyway. But still, I want it to be playable on as many systems as possible, etc., etc. You know, I want it to be as well optimized as possible, of course. So I'll keep trying. Once the optimization stuff is done, then I've got to switch back to sprites. I've got to draw the rest of the human sprites, and then I don't even know. I've lost track. I don't even know what I'm doing after that. So we'll see. We'll see when we get there. Who am I gonna raid? Nobody's doing any game dev. Oh no. I don't know who to raid. Let's maybe search for GameMaker. Is anyone doing any GameMaker stuff? Oh yeah, here we go. Well, there's me. Look, it's me. Dandelion Freak. German stream. Oh, I remember this guy, actually. I thought, yeah. German stream. German streamer. He's doing GameMaker, so... We'll raid him up. I don't know who else to raid today, so... what am I doing? I'm typing raid in his chat. That's not gonna work, is it? There we go. Alright, thanks for watching, thanks for joining me. We'll be back tomorrow. Take it easy. But take it. See you in the next one. Peace out.